You report me for unoriginal content or whatever. You make yourself look foolish. Notice how I didn't get reported or restricted until I showed that last picture. Because people in that picture are still alive. It's going down. I'm yelling timber. You're going down. La, 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 la. These foolish games. It's funny. See, my revenge is hit them where it hurts the most. Their freedoms, their reputations, their wallets. You know. The only reason I'm keeping the pictures or holding on to them is because, number one, evidence. Number two, they're going in my book. When I write my book. With the actual people's names and all. Because I'll be able to do that since it's going to be publicized. Someone, most likely from that family, has been watching. Because the only time I get reported when I talk about that family, mention names, or, show a picture of people that are still alive in that family, who are part of it, or anyone alive in that family, who, they like to report me for bullshit. Hello, motherfucker. I know. Do it all the time. It's funny to me. And the reason, and because of everything and what I've been told in my life and that, I decided to take some psych evaluation tests yesterday or the day before or whatever. And I just happened to take the screenshots of the results. Because they're watching, I'm going to tell what the results are. Actually, I will show what the results are. Because, you know what they say. Right? Let's see. The first one I took was for psychosis and schizophrenia. No risk for psychosis or schizophrenia. Well, it says no risk. It says 5 out of 105. Your results indicate that you have none or very few signs of psychosis, which they had me believing I did. That I had it. Bipolar is negative, 2 out of 18. Oh. And bipolar negative, 2 out of 18. Minimal depression, 3 out of 27. Minimal anxiety, 3 out of 21. ADHD unlikely, 1 out of 6. Positive for PTSD, obviously. 5 out of 5. That's to be expected. But then I also did an IQ test. And my IQ is 115. That would be 115 to 129 is a high IQ. About 16% of the population have high IQs. So these motherfuckers who wanted to make me believe I was crazy and everything because they did what they did and, the poisoning and everything, and to convince doctors that I was crazy and everything, when I'm not. And the CPTSD that I do have was caused by them. Them and exes. So, but it started way before my exes. Does anybody know what number I was on for the cookies? Was it number 4? The fuck? Yeah. Told you it wouldn't take long to affect me. So there's literally nothing mentally wrong with me. And there's nothing wrong with people that have mental illness. If you have mental illness, please seek help for it. But me, when I have none, I was convinced that I did. And put on 30 different prescriptions at one time, sleeping 23 out of 24 hours a fucking day. Made out to believe I was a liar and fantasized all this shit and imagined it and was delusional and all that shit. For years. And I'm not. Nor have I ever been. But when you do things to hurt people and you get some sick, twisted thrill out of it, there's something seriously mentally wrong with you. I was put on medication when I was 9 years old. Well, if I'm taking you, 8 years old. A lot. A lot has happened to me in my life. And the only reason I was put on medication is because I was exhibiting signs of mental illness. The only reason I exhibit signs of mental illness is because I was being poisoned. By the woman that adopted me. Who I believed was my aunt. The fucked up saying hurt people is bullshit. It's a fucking bullshit excuse. And I'm not one that, because of everything I've been through, I still don't wish ill will on anybody. I want them to pay legally, you know? Not because even after everything I've been through, I don't condone violence in any way. Even with them doing all the horrific things they did. When my first memory of being with that family is running away and getting up to the elementary school and her catching up and getting me in the fucking car and taking me back to that house. Being beaten and then waking up in the shower with the man I thought was my uncle. The next thing I remember, I couldn't stop urinating and they had to put me in diapers. So they took me to the doctor and I got a shot in the ass to get me to stop urinating. If I'm telling you, that family most likely got me when I was 2.5. Before that, I was most likely prostituted, trafficked, whatever you want to fucking call it. So, it's just a matter of time before the results come back. Should be any day now. Fingers crossed. And if it comes back negative, I'm going to, because of the people involved, I'm going to talk to the family and see if they want to do tell them I think maybe doing a private test too, just to be on the safe side because of the people involved. One thing that I used to do when I was little is I was listening to the record Grease all the time. I loved that soundtrack. I don't know why, but I would listen to it over and over and over again, and Sue got mad and broke the record. I don't know if that was something that, maybe if I'm telling you, maybe my family listened to Grease a lot or watched Grease a lot or something. I don't know. Wonder what's going to happen once the test results come back. Well, once the test results come back, we'll find out. The family knows about me, but because they, it's been a long time, and I think they, they're anxiously waiting for the results from what I hear. And they've been looking since 1983. To be honest, I didn't really do the DNA test for myself. I did, but I didn't. It'd be much easier to go along with the life I was living, and not knowing. But that family deserves to know. Tanya's father died, I guess, a while back, and I'm not sure at this point in time if the mom is still alive or not. I was told she's not, that she passed away in November, but then I talked to the Texas Ranger, and they weren't informed of any of that, so I don't know. It's just a matter of time. But I hope she's still alive. But I don't know if she is, and if she's not, I'm still nervous, once the test results come back, if it says I'm Tanya. What's it gonna be like with that family? Because they're strangers to me. If I'm Tanya, I have an older brother and an older sister. And I have cousins and aunts and all that, and they've been waiting. And they've been looking this whole time for Tanya. So, but I am nervous. Because I still, if I'm Tanya, I was brainwashed. And I have this habit of pushing people away. And the reason is because I'm used to people leaving. They get what they want from me, they leave. So I have a tendency to push people away intentionally. To see if they care enough to stay or not. And I don't know if that family is going to if they're going to be willing to if they can be patient with me and that, So, I don't know. How I push them away, they might say, okay. That might be it. I don't know. I don't know what to think or expect or what to expect. Once I find out about my past, things that have happened to me and that, You want me to tell a story about Frankie again? Hey. You mean how I fell in love with him? Or how I've been waiting for 4 fucking years? Maybe that's it. I don't know. Because I've been told that. Basically. Alright, I'll tell a story about how I fell in love. Right now I'm kind of elevated. I've been... I'll get to the story in a minute. But the reason that I probably believe that I don't deserve to be loved or whatever, it's not that. I just feel like it's hard to explain. It's like, okay, take how I feel about Frankie, right? The niece, the one that I believed was my niece, dared me to ask him out when I met him in person the first time, and I said, "All right, bet." And the adopted mom said, "Why would you embarrass yourself like that?" I said, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "He would never be with something like you." He can have anybody he wants. You're nobody. You're nothing. Yeah. See, my life was not a good life. It was actually very opposite than that. This woman poisoned me and let her stepson do unspeakable things to me, and just a lot of shit happened in my life. She wasn't my mother. She was who I believed was my aunt. But if I'm Tanya, she was just part of the family that had me, that I ended up with. I always wondered why they hated me because I existed. Just because I existed. The reason why I don't celebrate holidays or birthdays or anything. Because there was never a good one. Basically, what I'm used to is people only wanting me around or to be around me or be a fake friend or whatever to get what they want from me. Whether it be money, something I have, pleasure, whatever. It's been that way since I was very little. Especially if I'm Tanya, it's been that way since they took me. I don't celebrate holidays because when I get the gifts I would get for holidays, for like Christmas. 1 year I got a stereo, right? But the stereo I got was the adopted parents' old stereo, and they bought them a new one. The last time I got it, I think in December of 2016, Christmas 2016, I think it was. Stupidly, I listened to her when she called me and says, "Oh, I got something great for you for Christmas. You're gonna love it." Da da da. I stupidly got excited, and turned out it was a car ashtray that the top glowed in the dark. So yeah. I don't celebrate birthdays, holidays, nothing. And I would usually, if I wasn't doing all the cooking and everything, I would be in the bedroom alone. You know? The only reason she got it for me is because she got her brother's girlfriend's, ex now. Her brother's ex-girlfriend's daughter, the same thing, and she had just met her. Other than that, I never, And I'm the only one that was ever treated, well, basically like a slave, treated like shit, and yeah. So, yeah, she's the one that caught up with me at the elementary school and I tried to run away. So, who was wanting me to talk about how I fell in love with Frankie? Is that person still on here? Okay. It was about 4 years ago, actually. So, I got away from my last ex on December 1st, 2020, for good. And in February 2021, I downloaded TikTok. A week later, and mind you, when I left my ex, I decided then and there I wasn't going to fall in love with anyone ever again. I was done. I was going to be single the rest of my life. I was fine with it. And then a week after, I downloaded TikTok. Frankie's video comes across my page, my For You page. And he was wearing a black hat turned backwards, a long sleeve tannish brownish shirt, glasses on the front of him. I think he was wearing khaki pants, I can't remember. He was sitting down. And it instantly. Didn't know his name. I immediately, it was love at first sight, and it wasn't his looks, it was I saw his heart and his soul before I saw anything. And then he smiled. Yeah, he has a beautiful smile, even when it's fake. I know when it's fake and when it's real. But then he sang, "Build Me Up, Buttercup." It's not the fast way, but why do you build me up, Buttercup, baby, just to let me down and mess me around in the worst of all? You never call, baby, when you say you will. You know? So, and when he started singing, I'm like, oh my God, who is this guy? He should be famous. He needs to be doing this for a living. I had no fucking idea. I had no idea that that's what he did or who he was. Yes, that is Frankie. And so any attraction I had to anyone else, Johnny Depp, Channing Tatum, The Rock, Triple A, all of them went out the fucking window. And so that was February 2021. 4 years later, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. But all that matters to me, if he and I never end up together, whoever he ends up with, as long as he's happy and she treats him right, or that person treats him right or whatnot, and he makes him happy, I'll defend the relationship. He is an independent artist. He used to be in the boy band WOW back in the day. He's performed at Wigs and Wishes since 2021. So he's done it 2021, 22, 23, 24. So, and I went the last 3 years. And even if he doesn't perform this year, I'm still going. Of course I saw him. And because of how I used to like NSYNC and Backstreet Boys and New Kids on. I used to like all of them. I'm in my 40s. I don't know, once the DNA test results come back, I'll know if I'm 43 or 44, but like the person that I had a crush on the longest, since I was a kid, is Bret Michaels. Even that went out the window. Now, I've been called delusional and everything else because of how I feel. But I guess because he's who he is, that means I can't genuinely be in love with him. It's fucking weird. Who, Bret Michaels? Well, so did I. I've seen NSYNC in concert. I saw Bret Michaels in concert. I've seen Statler Brothers and Dolly Parton in concert. I've been to a few concerts. So my oldest daughter, who I have nothing to do with now, and I'm like done with it. But she lived with us in that house, and with them and me briefly, and I think it was the end of February of 2022. She's like, Mama, he's never going to be with you. I want you to be happy. And let me set you up on this dating app. Okay, whatever. So she set up the account. I knew about it. I was fine with it. This was before he and I ever met in person. And then I had my first match. I freaked the fuck out, made her deactivate the account, and I bawled my eyes out for hours because I felt like I cheated on him. When you feel like, for me to feel like I cheated on Frankie when never met him in person, it's... That's how I knew that I could never be with anybody. That's how I knew for sure that I could never be with anybody unless it's him. So if he and I never get together, I'm never going to be with anybody because my heart won't let me. Let's put it this way, physical affection makes me uncomfortable. I'm very comfortable when it's him. He's the only one I've ever felt comfortable with hugging me and being physically affectionate with me. I know it's weird, right? Because I have 2 kids and I've been married and had relationships, yeah, but doesn't mean I was comfortable with it. I mean, when it came to my kids, yes, but other than that, no. So my kids and Frankie, those are the only ones I've ever felt comfortable with being physically, like, hugging or anything. So, from then till now, I've been called delusional and all this shit. I've had scare tactics. I've had people the threats and everything else. Yes, I've met Frankie. I've seen him a few times. I went to Wigs of Wishes the past 3 years. I went to Cheer Choice Awards in 2023. So yes, I've seen him a few times. I've met him in person a few times. I think in my case it was the abuse. I guess when you're abused in every way imaginable, you're most likely not going to be comfortable with people being physically affectionate. Or is it just, is that, I mean, unless I'm just weird. See, I don't want people to feel sorry for me because that's not why I tell my story. That's not why I talk about what I've been through. I want people to know that that they could get through anything. Yes, that would be who I was referring to. So you asked if I was referring to Frankie Zalfrino. Yes, why? I wonder what's going to be said now because I've heard it all. And if you want to come on here starting saying something, let me tell you something before you even start. The only person that could tell me he would never be with me or whatever and get me to actually believe it would be him. So, just so we're clear with that. Oh, okay. Please understand. The things I've been told, and everything else by fake accounts, his fans, and everything. So you can imagine why I just like, we're going to get this right out of the gate right now. But yes, Frankie's Alfredo. So if I offended you, I apologize. You know. But yeah. So like I said, if I never end up getting to be lucky enough to be with him, as long as whoever ends up with him treats him right and he's happy and she's with him and the person's with him for the right reasons, that's all that matters to me. But the first time she hurts him, then I will rock an orange jumpsuit. I don't give a fuck. I'm very protective. I can't help it. Yeah, yeah, things have been, not really, just when we see each other, at the events or whatnot. I've taken some stuff down to, where he teaches a couple times when he's here. I never saw him while he was here. But, I took him stuff down there when he was teaching so he would know that I was thinking about him and that, so, I've gone on like 4-hour round bus trips. 2 hours there, 2 hours back, 4 times. Even though I knew I probably wouldn't get to see him. But I wanted to take him that stuff that I did. So, just to let him know I was thinking about him, I guess. See, here's the thing. Even if he wasn't who he is, he didn't have his career like he does or whatever, if I had met him in the homeless drop-in center and he decided he wanted to be with me, he would have been the one I would have been with. And we would have worked together to make our situation better. See, people, for some reason, seems to be a lot of women, seem to think that love has to do with money or looks or backgrounds or whatever the fuck. And it doesn't. You don't choose who you fall in love with. Trust me. Because I had never planned on falling in love. quite honestly, before him, I was never really ever in love before. He's the only one I've ever truly been in love with. And I haven't been with him. So, you know. Like I said, as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. Maybe someday I'll get really lucky and we'll be together. Maybe. Never know what's gonna happen. Love is a funny thing, you know. You would think he would be getting lucky. Well, you know, I do love to cook and I'm great at it, and he'd have a yeah, girl can dream. Love, it seems like only yesterday you were just a child at play. Now you're all grown up inside of me. Oh, how those moments flee. Once we watch the lazy world go by. Oh, how the days seem to fly. Life is brief, but when it's gone, love goes on and on. I'm in love with Mr. Frankie Zolfarino and have been for 4 years. And heard it all. People trying to scare me off, everything else, and yeah, I know quite a few that don't like me for, I guess, because of the way I feel about him. I don't know. Tell you one thing, I would do anything for him. These cookies are fucking kicking my ass now, shit. I mean, he doesn't want kids. I can't have kids. I've been true to him the whole time. I'm still alive because of him. He's the reason I've kept going and not given up. Yeah, you might want to tell him that then. I know he's been hurt a lot in the past, and I would never hurt him. You know, what's that song? Oh, baby, I'm gonna love you forever. Forever and ever, amen. As long as old men sit and talk about the weather. As long as old women sit and talk about old men. If you wonder how long I'll be faithful, just listen to how this song ends. I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Oh, I'm gonna love you forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever, forever and ever, amen. Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight? Are you sorry we drifted apart? Thank you very much. Does your memory sway to a brighter summer day when I kissed you and called you sweetheart? Do the chairs in your parlor seem empty and bare? Do you gaze at the doorstep and picture me there? Is your heart filled with pain? Shall I come back again? Tell me, dear, are you lonesome tonight? So lately I've been having this issue. Well, it's been going on for months now, but past few days, not even a week, it's been going into overtime. And what I'm talking about is seeing churches and wedding dresses and things to do with weddings. In the past few days, not even going anywhere, I'm scrolling on TikTok or whatever, and I see wedding dresses and wedding in commercials, wedding dress. I don't know why, but it's driving me crazy. And then the song, going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. Gee, I really love you and we're gonna get married. Going to the chapel of love. It's driving me crazy. You know. Would I get married? If Frankie asked me to marry him, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. Without hesitation. Tell him that. I've been married twice, never had a wedding, never wore a wedding dress, never had a reception, nothing. First time I got married in my pajamas. Second time, my second husband, we went to the courthouse, signed the papers, went to McDonald's afterwards. That was it. Very true. One can hope. A girl can hope or dream, whatever you want to call it. Right? But he would be the only one I would ever be with. Ever in my life again. I also genuinely miss him, and I know it's very weird. I miss him more than I've ever missed anyone in my entire life. I've never even kissed this man. My second husband though, turned out he was gay and wanted in just with me to get him out of his mom's house. And so he could live off my social security and never have to work, so he could play video games all day. I'm not even kidding. Motherfucker, I had a queen size bed. He said I moved around too much, which I don't move at night. I may turn over, but I stay in one spot. He said he could not sleep with me. He is 6'11". Said he could not sleep with me. When I say 6'11", he's 6'11", 220 pounds soaking wet. Yeah. He said he couldn't sleep with me because I moved around too much. So he slept on a twin-size air mattress on the floor. Our divorce was finalized 1 year and 5 days after we got married. I wasn't going to waste my life like that. Come to think of it, we were never even physically intimate. Maybe once. That was before we ever got married. Could have just got an annulment. It also got old when I kept having to say, Tom, go brush your teeth. Tom, go take a shower. Tom, go do this. Tom. And he's only a month. Well, he would be older than me if I'm telling you. Yeah, not only that, when we were together before we got married, I was living at his mom's house with him and that. We didn't even share a room. We had our own room, 2 separate bedrooms. So yeah, I thought things would be different once we moved to Oklahoma and that, because, But I should have had an idea when I came home from church choir practice, went out to the garage, because it was when I smoked cigarettes, and I sat down. I started smoking a cigarette. And he comes out and says, "I need to tell you something." I said, "All right, what?" He says, "You gotta promise me you're not gonna get mad." I said, "Tell him what?" He said, "I like wearing women's underwear." I said, "No, you don't." He's like, "Yeah, I do." I said, "Prove it." He did. He was wearing sweatpants and he showed me. I'm like, "Well, just don't wear mine." Yeah, I'm very accepting if that's what, I'm very open-minded, very accepting of everything. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I should have gotten a clue from that, and the fact that he liked to watch a very specific type of popcorn called Futanari. Now, for those of you who do not know what Futanari is, it's intersex people. Thing is, I didn't love him. I always settled because that's what I was made to believe. I didn't deserve someone good. I deserved to be with crappy men, narcissists, abusers, and all that. Hell, they would send me back to my abusers. I don't think he did. Then again, I don't know. But he's an asshole. I'll never settle again. That's, I'm in love with Frankie. I ain't gonna be with anybody unless it be him, Everything happens the way it's meant to. Do I know Frankie personally? How personally are we talking? Like, have I met him in person? Have I spent a little bit of time with him? Yes. I know. And believe it or not, even if he and I don't end up together, I'm okay on my own. You know? I don't need anybody to make me happy. Shit. I don't feel the need to be with anybody. I want to be with him. There's a difference. And I don't want to change him. If anything, I want to push him to become the best version of himself. And never let him give up on his dreams. You know. The thing is, if it turns out I'm Tanya, I might very well be moving to Texas. Unless I had a reason not to. You know? According to the Texas Ranger, I called the Texas Ranger today, and they hadn't gotten back to him, so this is Texas, it's a small town. They could be closed on Mondays, they could have, taken a long weekend, whatnot. So he's gonna call again tomorrow. Fingers crossed it'll be this week. Thanks. I do wonder what he's gonna think. Because eventually, when it comes out on Tanya and everything, DNA test shows I'm Tanya, and then everything I've been through comes out. I keep thinking maybe he's going to think I'm too damaged or I'm too much for him or something, I don't know if I don't think in a way I am scared because that my gut tells me that I'm Tanya. I'm not going to lie. I don't lie. I'm not a liar. My gut feeling tells me I'm Tanya. But if I am, that means my family is complete strangers to me. He could think I'm too much for him or have too much baggage, too. This isn't what I wanted to be famous for. I'll tell you that much. I mean, I sing, I can model, I can act. If I'm gonna be famous, if I was gonna be famous, I want to be famous for my talents, not for having a fucking traumatic, horrible, fucked up life. Don't feel bad for me, please. I don't want anybody to feel bad for me. Sam's a survivor. I always do my best to try and focus on the positive of things. But I still do question myself sometimes. Am I overreacting on certain things? And I know I'm not. I'm probably calmer than most people would be with this kind of thing. But here's the reason. I think the reason I'm so calm about it is what it is, and that kind of thing is because everything I've already been through, and I've survived and everything, you know? And I really don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I think that's maybe because I've been doing the broccoli thing from the time I get up till the time I go to sleep. Like I used to. I did that in the center all the time. It was safer for everybody that way, I'll tell you what. Man, that place was a nightmare version of Alice in Wonderland mixed with the fucking Twilight Zone. But, and I think because everything that's been going on now is just, it's easier for me to deal with things when I do from morning to night and just not, it's, you know, because I'm not going to do anything more. I mean, I won't even start smoking cigarettes again, so that should tell you something. Thank you. Yeah, the broccoli thing. I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker. Catch my line on the run. Ooh. So I ate 6 cookies just now. It's very special. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I have a card for it. I have yet to find someone that can hang with me. I have a very high tolerance for shit. Yeah, I ate 6 cookies. Plus, I did some gardening before I came on live. I'd rather garden than... Because I won't do anything harder, but with everything that's in there... And yeah, I still do my schoolwork and everything. Just not the... They want me to do video essays, and I'm like, no. Yeah. Oh, I did, when I went to the Cheer Choice Awards in April 2023, Frankie performed at them, so I went to the meet and greet. Half an ounce of broccoli for a double batch of peanut butter cookies. And I don't drain it, I just dump the butter and the broccoli in the batter after I make it. So, when I went to see Frankie at the meet and greet, Cheer Choice Awards, we're talking and I go to pull out the cookies. Because I gave him regular cookies. And I gave him the special kind of cookies. And he loves peanut butter. So obviously, peanut butter cookies. And on these, the special ones, I put a label on the top of it and the bottom of the lid. Be very careful when you eat these cookies. Don't mix up the lids. And he's like, now how much is... Now I want to talk to you about these cookies. I'm like, okay, what? It's like, how much is in each one? And I was like, Frankie, I made them in a kitchen, not a lab. It's like, you're used to the gummies? Don't eat a whole one. It's like, so half of one is like, yeah, and make sure you're not going to have to go anywhere. And make sure you don't have to get up early the next day. Because there's people that have eaten 2 of my special peanut butter cookies who do it all the time. And did not know what day it was the next day. One person, my ex was staying with at one time and then ended up getting his own place in the same apartment building. He could pop up at my house, my stepdad's all the time. And I had some burnt ones. There was like 5 burnt ones. He's like, oh, can I take those? I was like, yeah, I don't care, take them. Like, all right, he thanked me or whatever, he left. He went back to her place, set them on the table, went to the bathroom, left them there, and left. I think he said, when I talked to him after that, he said it was like 45 minutes later, he was getting a phone call from her. And she says, you need to come help me. He was like, what happened? She said, I can't get up from the table. He said, why? And she said, because I ate the cookies you left here. He said, how many did you eat? She said, all of them. She couldn't get up from the fucking table. He went and helped her. She ate 4, not 5. Helped her to bed. She didn't even know what day it was when she woke up. Yeah. I ate 6. Told you I have a very high tolerance for shit. You know. So, I've come on over, because I still got all these. I wasn't kidding. Oh, those are the special homemade peanut butter cookies that I made. Yeah. I made my own butter. I have a very high tolerance for shit, and, I ate 6 of them. And they don't take long to hit you. And I also add extra, vanilla and brown sugar and regular sugar to it, so it makes it sweeter because of the greenery in them. Hello, darling. Yeah, that would do that, especially if it was sativa. No, I ain't tired. I feel good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I have yet to find somebody that can hang. Oh, fuck that shit. I will never do that again. Because when I did that, someone who told me my identity, it's a long story, but they decided to make it the worst time ever for me. It was actually November 22nd, because I was trying to celebrate the last birthday for Heather, and they knew that, and they made it the worst ever. So I'm good with the broccoli. You know. I should have known better not to try and celebrate. Because then, 23rd all day, I was mostly in bed crying. So, I don't celebrate. So holidays and birthdays and that are just another day for me. Maybe this year will be different. I don't know. Hopefully this year will be different. See, I do the broccoli. And I do the special cookies and special goodies. The spicy candy, so to speak. And then I do the vaporizers too. That's why I can put it. You know. So. So what's everybody got planned for Valentine's Day? Anything fun and exciting that y'all are doing? What are you guys doing for Valentine's Day? Anything? I mean, I don't celebrate holidays, and I'm single, so unless Frankie were to show up at my door, then that's, yeah. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear that, huh? Well, everybody knows I've been single since December 1st, 2020, so. And that is the ex that I have not heard from since April or May of last year. Pretty sure I know why. When I said I wanted him to leave me alone forever, I did not mean I wanted him to, Pretty sure he's no longer with us. I don't wish ill will on anybody, not even my asshole exes, but they got more than what he bargained for, most likely. Because someone or some people had been reaching out to people from my past to find out where I was, my location. I figured that out right out the gate because my ex-friend, we were on the phone. I knew this dude since 2011. This is 2023 that this happened when I was in my car. He never raised his voice to me ever. And he's like, now where are you at? And I'm like, I'm in Florida. Yeah, but what's your exact location? I said, Mike, is somebody paying you to try and find out where I am? That's when he changed. Oh my God, I can't believe you would accuse me of that. I would never do that, blah, blah, blah. I knew then. So I ended up hanging up and I blocked him. And then about 2 weeks later, somebody else reached out to me. Kind of the same thing. And yeah, and my ex did reach out to me then too, around that time too, trying the same thing. Wouldn't tell him he even offered to send me money. I refused. And then this year, he got me comfortable enough to tell him I was in the 5 boroughs of New York. And the next day when I spoke with him was the last time I spoke with him. And I said, he's like, I gotta go to work. I'll call you as soon as I get there. I'm like, yeah, I know your promise. He's like, I promise I'm gonna call you when I get there. It's like, yeah, I know your promises. He's like, no, for real, I promise I'm gonna call you. Like, okay. He said he was in Wyoming and had in about an hour to drive to Montana to show horse shit. I never heard from him again. I don't want anything bad to happen to him or anything. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. But I think he most likely got more than what he bargained for. Which is probably why I have not heard from him. You know? So as far as who paid to find me, I have no idea. I have a couple different theories on who. Maybe it was to keep an eye on me to see what I would remember or figure out. But they don't come near me. They're too scared to. When you look at these motherfuckers and say you won't be back because you're a child of God, like some people who sell their souls for monetary gain and they go white as fucking ghost, fear of God in their eyes, that tells you something. Along with the fact that they called the cops on me instead of just taking me out or whatever themselves. Very interesting. I'm not scared of anybody or anything. With good reason. Because I know the most evil, powerful group on the face of this planet is scared of me. Why, I don't know. But I can imagine. I think it's kind of funny. You know. But, So, I also wonder. I'm good. I'm good. I also wonder. There's a lot of things I wonder. It's my landlord. What would make the most powerful, evil group of people on the face of this earth that everybody's scared of, and they're not scared of anybody? What the fuck? What would make them scared of me? Hey, what would make these people scared of me? I would love to know what is in their fucking book about me. Yes. I told you I ended up with the leader. They called her grandmother Hayden. What would make these fuckers so scared of me that they could have just taken me out themselves? But no, they called the cops. But they're scared of me. It's in whatever reason they're scared of me. It's in their fucking book. Whatever happened when... Why are they scared of me? Pretty sure what about me talking, exposing them? I don't think that's it. Because when I say they're scared of me, they get close to me, they get very shaky. Like, they tremble. Fear. They're scared. They're terrified. I don't know why. But I think it's funny. I do. They follow me out of here too. I have Masturbator Illuminati members following me on here. They have been for quite some time. And they know I'm not scared of them. They also know that I know that they're scared of me. What did they do that I survived? Oh God, no. See, the truth about Christianity? Who do you think started it? Who do you think started Christianity? And I'll tell you why. The Masons and all of them, that's who started Christianity. Why? Because they wanted evil to take over the world eventually. So everybody prayed to the Christian God. They were actually praying to their God, the Illuminati God. I know much, much more than they would like me to know. And that I've been exposing them this whole time. And I'm still here. Because I know that if they could have taken me out, they would have a long time ago. They would have taken me a long time ago. Pastors, preachers, and reverends are part of it. While the Masons that are doing so much good for the community behind closed doors once a year during their international convention, they do very, very horrific things to children. Horrific, vile, evil things. I was one of those children. I don't know how I survived, but maybe that's why they're scared of me. I don't know. I'm just spiritual. See, I'm the type of person that doesn't understand hate, violence, racism, greed, envy, jealousy. I don't understand any of that. I believe in treating others the way you want to be treated. I believe in helping less fortunate people. When I was homeless, I was helping other homeless people. See, I'm not any religion. And even with those horrible, vile, disgusting, evil people, what they did to me and many other children, I would never wish ill will. I would never wish bad things to happen to them, because violence doesn't help, isn't the answer for anything. And when you go to get revenge that way and take matters into your own hands, you end up paying for it for the rest of your life. The best revenge to get is legally. But no, I am far from. I don't dig churches. I've been, the pastors, preachers, reverends that I've met have been abusive to their wives and children, have done unspeakable things to children, and steal from the church. And are part of that whole thing. There's only one church that I've ever been comfortable with and have found peace, and that's the one in Manhattan. I go there, I light candles, I sit and I think. But what's interesting is I went down the street from there to, it's Trinity Church that I like. I went down the street to St. Paul's or whatever, and I went in there and I couldn't get out of there quick enough. Just the way I felt, the feeling I got. God, you mean the vengeful God that lets others hurt children? That God? What's it say in your Bible? And you shall put a red mark above your door, and I will pass over your house, but if the red mark is not there, I will take your firstborn child. Isn't that what it says? The blood of the lamb above your door. If you don't do that, I'm going to take your kid. Right? The holidays you guys celebrate are pagan holidays. No, I don't need therapy. Why? Because I know the truth about Christianity and shit? And can prove what I say? Trust and believe I don't need therapy. I've been told I could be a therapist. By therapists. Do it. People say they're Christian, right? They go to a building on Sundays and Wednesdays and things like that. Worship a God that killed his only son. Supposedly, right? But then during the week, they're hateful, spiteful, racist, cheat on their wives, do horrible, unthinkable things, and then they think they're all forgiven when they go back on Sunday. There's been preachers and reverends that have unalived their wives and been so abusive to their wives that the wife has unalived them, and then it's in prison now. I don't know, I think she may have gotten out by now, but I'm not sure. But yes, I digress. Thinking that the real God is spiteful and vengeful and everything else is beyond me. God doesn't make mistakes, but there's LGBTQ. But these people also think this is a sin and that's a sin and everything else. Being part of the LGBTQI, being whatever, right? And they look down on people less fortunate than them. While they act like they're all holier than thou, they're talking mad shit behind each other's backs, backstabbing each other, cheating on their spouses and everything else. Thinking they're better than everyone else. When they should just mind their fucking business. Let people live with their lives the way they want to and let them be happy with the way they live their life. And this pro-life bullshit, the pro-life bullshit, that's not fucking pro-life. That shit's not pro-life. And when people find kids guilty of unaliving others based on the music they listen to, the books they read, the clothes they wear, and this is in a fucking Bible Belt, this happened. how the fuck is that, like... I've never read the Bible. I just have common sense and common courtesy and a soul. And I would never hate anybody. And if it, like, oh, if you're this way, you're going to go to hell. If you're that way, you're going to go to hell. When truth be told, the ones that would end up in the real hell, whatever, the bad places, it would be the ones that are judging people. God, like... And they think, the LGBTQIA thing, that's, oh, man shall not lay with man. That's not what the fuck it says. It's like, man shall not lay with boy or something like that. Do unto others as you will have done unto you. Why is it your place to judge anybody? Don't throw stones at glass houses. Isn't that what it says, I guess? Something like that? You want to be Christian? Live the way Jesus did. Be Jesus-like. Be Christ-like. Not fake as fuck. And for those Christians on here, I want you to answer me something. Because I'm still waiting for the answer on this one. If it was just Adam and Eve in the beginning, Cain and Abel, right? Where did everybody come from? And for the love of God, Jesus wasn't born on December 25th either. I could continue with pissing Christians off. Jesus was a witch. And it was a woman. He was a transgender male. Because there's no way possible he could have been a female. Or there's no way possible he could have been biologically male. Because to be biologically male, you have to have a physical father. There's actually a scientific term for, immaculate conception. But basically, the child is a clone of the mother, which would make it what? Female. And Jesus having these gifts or whatnot. Walked on water, turned water into wine, that kind of thing. That's a witch. And he was raised male. Then the communion thing, right? You drink the blood of Christ and you eat the body of Christ. Isn't that what it is? Kind of creepy, isn't it? Or is that just me? It's fucking creepy. Drink the blood of Christ, eat the body of Christ. What the fuck? That's like... Has nobody thought about this shit? Or is it just that I'm thinking about this... I just think about weird shit when I'm stoned. I don't know. Well, thank you. Like, and think about, if you think about Christians and then you consider how they act and how they treat others and everything else, right? But then you look at people, witches and spiritualists and things like that. Which people are better people in here? It's the witches and the spiritualists and that, not the Christians. You know. I believe in Jesus, but he's not white. Jesus wasn't white. I hope you all know that. Good evening. Yeah, I've seen the pictures of the white Jesus and everything. That was like somebody's gay lover. I can't remember who. But also, did you know King James was actually bisexual? Or gay? And if you want to know if a man that you're with is bisexual or gay, or, well, usually gay and in the closet, if he treats you like shit and is abusive in that, he's most likely in the closet and is ashamed of it. Ashamed of being the way he is. Believe me, I know from experience. I've dated enough gay guys, bisexual guys. Hello. Thing is, I'm very accepting. As long as they would have been upfront with me. And not cheat on me. In my bed. And I come home. At least I didn't walk into the room. Yeah, that's one thing. I have no problem with that. You see, for me, I'm attracted to the person inside. That's what attracts me to people, whether it be male, female, whatever. Doesn't matter. The reason I'm in love with Frankie because of who he is on the inside. As a human being. Now, take Frankie out of the equation or whatnot, right? Say I end up with a guy, and we're talking, and he's upfront with me. He tells me he's bisexual, whatever. No problem. And here's the reason. Because I am. And I would never be a hypocrite. Actually, it could be more fun that way. See, I'm not embarrassed by anything I've done in my past. Like, let's see, when I was in 2004, the end of 2004, would have been probably December 2004, me and my ex-husband and 3 other people on an online live stream popcorn. I've been in a throuple before. Yeah, I have no shame in my game. I'm not, like, just because of what I've done, who I'm with, whatever, and who I am spiritually, or, you know, I'm very open and honest about it, and I'm still that good person that would do anything for anybody. I don't know if that's making sense, or I'm just too... that I'm, not making sense, maybe, I don't know. People should be able to live the life that they want to live, be with who they want to be with. Love is love. Jesus Christ. And it's really weird to me how people are fucking obsessed with what's in between someone else's legs, or what their sexual preference is, or whatever. And why people want to control women's bodies. Because that's not fucking pro-life. That's control. See, I can't have kids because I had a hysterectomy. I had a hysterectomy when I was 26. I had 2 kids. Horrible pregnancies. I almost lost my life. I had to have my tubes tied. Probably because of what happened to me as a child. Also, the fact that I found out I had endometriosis on the inside of my uterus, and back then, in 2007, you had to have your uterus taken out to do a biopsy. Nowadays, I guess they could go in and they don't have to do the whole hysterectomy thing. Well, I had 2 partials. But yeah, I like... There's so many things that... Like, there's health risks and things like that you can't... Some women cannot have children. And then not helping those women that need medical treatment, and they end up losing their lives. How the fuck is that pro-life? Women who are already mothers who left children behind because they lost their lives. How is that pro-life? When you're worried more about a fetus, something that cannot survive outside the woman's body, than the woman's life herself, that's not pro-life. That is control. They don't... If you're worried more about a fetus than a woman's life, you hate women. That means you hate women. When you don't give a fuck what happens to a woman, but you just want to control her fucking body and her life and what she does with it. The way she acts, the way she talks, the way she walks, the way she dresses. You want to control everything about her. That is control. You hate women. And the people that feel that way, that hate the women, right, need to remember how that means you hate your mother too. Because she's a woman. If it wasn't for your mom, you wouldn't be here. You don't have to, to want to control what happens to other women and whether or not they, go with the pregnancy or have an abort, whatever. What is it to everybody else? Are you going to help them raise? Are you going to help that woman raise that baby? Not to mention the fact that what if it's from grape? What if she's 9, 10, 11 years old? This is a question that nobody's ever answered. But they get mad when I ask. Say you have a 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old daughter, granddaughter, niece, and she ends up pregnant by grape. You would be okay with forcing her to go through with that pregnancy and having to relive the trauma? Not to mention, if she goes through with it, there's a possibility that she might lose her life. Yeah, I do. Not to mention that she might lose her life. And I could tell you right now. No, I'm saying I would leave it up to her. But I wouldn't force her to have, for example, say it was someone in your family that did it. Say it was her uncle or her brother or her father or whatnot. The answers I've gotten is, that would never happen. That would never happen. Bull fucking shit. I remember reading a newspaper article about a 10 to 11-year-old couple. It was a magazine article. They had 2 children. First time she gave birth was when she was 8 or 9. And they had 2. They were 11 and 12. Are you talking about late term? That there's there's certain reasons that happens, and there's a lot into it. They don't just go and say, "Oh yeah, no, that's not how it happens." It's when there's something medically wrong with the baby that it's not going to survive. Yeah. No joke. The 11 and 12-year-old couple had 2 children. I remember reading it in a magazine article back in the day when I was a kid. See, when it's the whole, there's always a reason. It's very rare that it wouldn't be a reason. They may not have told you what the reason was, but did you know that doctors don't just, they're not going to do late-term abortions like that for no reason. Usually it's after medical testing is done and everything, and it comes out that the child is going to survive. Now, what happens is a lot of times, it's discussed amongst the families. They decide, and when they decide to do, late term, what have you, it's in a surgical procedure and everything. And the reason is because it's actually more humane. Because if it's done when the baby is in the womb, it doesn't feel the pain. But once it's born, when it's not going to survive, it's in pain from the time it's born to the time it loses its life. It is in pain. There's been OBGYNs that have said it. There's been nurses and everything that have said it. A little bit of everything. I'm kind of elevated, so it's a little bit of everything. So, how are y'all doing? Those cookies are kind of kicking my ass. Well, I can't right now because it's 12:30 in the morning. I only ate 6. If I do it a cappella, I can do it. What song do you want me to sing? Yes, only 6. If I can sing it a cappella, I'll sing it. Okay. Love me tender, love me dear, tell me you'll never let me go. You have made my life complete, and I love you so. Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfill. For my darling, I love you, and I always will. Love me tender, love me true, tell me you are mine. I'll be yours through all the years, till the end of time. Love me tender, love me true, all my dreams fulfilled. For my darling, I love you, and I Thank you. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Why do stars fall down from the sky every time you walk by? They long to be close to you. So, I am fairly elevated right now. You know, it'd be perfect. What I think would be perfect, the perfect time for me, if Frankie would ever show up at my house. We just order in or whatever. Right. We just sit back here, binge watch old concerts or old movies or something, and just chill and hang out. And, you know, get elevated and just chillax and get to know each other. You know? And have a normal conversation without all those people around where we can actually talk. You know, like normal people. Just hang out in sweats and comfy clothes. And chillax, you know, where he can be himself. And I think if we did that, the nervousness in that for both of us, because I'm not stupid, I know he gets nervous around me too. I think that if he did come over and we had the opportunity to just hang out and just me and him and have normal conversation, there would be no nerves, because I know talking to him is like talking like I've known him forever. It's very easy for me to talk to him. But I think the reason I get so nervous is because of all the people around and I can't have a normal conversation with them. Wear my leopard print jammies. Yeah, if he were to show up, I'd wear my leopard print jammies with the robe. Yeah. I have a couple different ones, actually. I have a couple different sets. But, you know. Yeah, talking to him is like talking to, like, I'll be nervous, and then as soon as we start talking, it's like, when it's not a bunch of people around, or when we would, you know, I had a Zoom with him one time. I was so nervous. Hold on, guys. I gotta check something. uh-uh. Um, I had a Zoom with him one time, and it was, sorry, I'm watching something right now. I'll have to watch this later. Anywho, and I was so nervous. And then once it started and everything, and his face lit up when I got on the camera and everything. And so we started talking, and it was like talking to somebody I'd known my whole life. He's the only person that I think I could talk to openly about everything, and I don't know. You know, it's weird. Yeah. He was the first person that ever told me it was okay to cry, that it was normal. Yeah, I should. I still feel weird crying in front of people. He's the reason why I kept going and why I've gotten where I am now. Why I kept going to get where I am now. He's the reason why I found my voice, my confidence. Just, he changed my life in many ways. He's the reason I'll never give up. Because when I tried to unalive myself in 2023, I knew how badly it hurt him. And so I made a promise that I will never, ever do that again. Because he's the one person I won't hurt anybody, but I will go out of my way to make sure I don't even accidentally hurt him. That's why no matter how hard things have gotten, I keep going. So, wonder if he knows how much I actually love him. I mean, I told him to his face, but I don't know. The heart wants what the heart wants, and no matter how many times I've tried, it's like I can't stop thinking about him, no matter what I do. And sometimes it drives me crazy. You know, someday my prince will come, maybe. But wouldn't that have to be both ways then? I mean, I've never felt like this about anyone before him. So, he's the only one I've ever felt like this about. Crazy, huh? You mean in person? Whenever there's an event, or if there's, like, if he were to have a concert, something like that. That'd be when I see him in person. I wish I could see him. He's very busy, and well, I'm not quite sure. It might be October. But if it is, I'm gonna go. I'm obviously going to Wigs and Wishes too, but I don't know if he'll be performing this year or not. And even if he's not there, I'm still going because it's such an amazing event and it's for such a great cause. So yes, I am still going to be going to Wigs and Wishes. And I think you should mind your business. Life with Lori. I always get a meet and greet with him. Yeah, it'd be nice if he just showed up in my house, talked to me. Wouldn't it? You see, here's the thing, and I've said this many times. I can't be with anybody else. He has my heart and has since the day first time I ever laid eyes on him. So if he and I never end up together, then I'm not going to be with anybody. And if he ends up with someone else, as long as they treat him right and he's happy, they treat him the way he should be treated, and they don't hurt him. No, we've never dated. But as long as he's happy with whoever he ends up with, that's all that matters to me. All that matters to me is his happiness. Even if it ends up being with somebody else. Ariel, what else? You talking about my DNA test and everything? Just waiting for the results to come back. Should be any time now. Hopefully. Yeah, I've been here in New York for almost a year and a half. Since October, the end of October of 2023. And I was gonna go get my driver's license changed or whatever, but something told me not to. Maybe the reason is because I'm gonna have to change it again anyway. I think it's like $60 some odd or something like that. I know. But I think the reason something was telling me not to do it, because I think the reason is because I'm going to have to, well, it's not going to be Heather. I don't know. So. Well, what would I change my name to? When I say it's not going to be Heather, I don't think it's going to be Heather. It's because I think the DNA test is going to say I'm Tanya. Yeah, because I was given a dead child's identity. Well, hopefully this week. Yeah, I'm not keeping this identity. I want to go back to my real identity. You know. Would you keep a dead child's identity? When you're not even that age, even? You live your whole life being told that you're older than you actually are. No, I'm good with changing my name. I've never felt comfortable being called Heather as it is. It's never felt normal for me. I'm sorry if I seem snappy or whatever. I wasn't the first replacement. I don't know how many there were before me, but I wasn't the first. And I'm guessing, because of things I've been told, is something happened to the replacement before I took the place of a replacement. Approximately 2 weeks before they got me. Because they said that Sue met this woman at a strip club. It turned out that it was a preacher's wife. And then a week later, she just gave me to this woman she never met before other than that time. And it took them 2 weeks to find me. But they never called police. I wonder how many children there actually were. Hello. Started singing when you were 2.5. You were bald till you were 2.5. When you were 2.5, Sue gave you to a complete stranger for 2 weeks. It took us 2 weeks to find you. When you were 2.5. When you were 2.5, you had your tonsils out. When you were 2.5 this, when you were 2.5 that. But nothing before being 2.5. Nothing before the age of 2.5 have I ever heard about. Never saw birthday pictures from a first birthday, from a second birthday. Never saw the original birth certificate. I don't know who you are. Nor if you're going to try this shit, it's not going to work. Nothing about me before I was 2.5. There's not even a poem that she wrote for Heather. See, the grandmother, Joan, she wrote poems for everybody. And I was supposedly her favorite grandchild. But she never wrote one for me. And I couldn't figure out why. Well, I think I know why now, because I wasn't her grandchild. And the real Heather most likely passed away very, very early on. One with multiple other children. And I know that there's a very high probability that I will never learn the truth. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think it'll ever be revealed why things happen, what, I believe so, yeah. Also, the baby with the mom with Sue is smaller than the other baby, and the one with the grandparents. And the one with the grandparents, that picture was taken before the one with Sue. And the one with Sue, the baby was smaller. And what parents were dressing their baby girls in blue pants and white shirts in 1981 for professional pictures, along with wearing blue pearls. Different stories of what I've heard that supposedly happened to me most likely happened to the different children, and that would be how they most likely ended up. You know. Along with many other things. Because these people were also part of all that shit. The Masons and all that shit. So. Still waiting on DNA tests. Starting to figure things out more. Well, yeah, now, I guess there are creators that are actually defending me on their lives. People are finally seeing the truth. That's what I've been told. And I'm very grateful for it. It's been going on long enough, shit. Yeah, they needed a girl. And I think she wanted a girl. She wanted a girl. Thank you. I will never understand why they did what they did. Nor will I ever forgive them. No. I don't think I'm even related to them. Hello, darling. These people are very evil and vile and just, I'll never forgive them for what they've done because they don't deserve it. I've been holding up okay. DNA test should be back. The results should be back soon, hopefully this week. Then go from there. I think my gut feeling is I'm Tanya. That family believes I'm Tanya. Law enforcement believes I'm Tanya. Can't wait till the truth will finally be revealed and come out, and I'll know the truth, and finally justice can be served. Wheels of justice will start turning, you know? Oh no, I was kidnapped. Or, well, supposedly the grandmother sold me. There's a lot of things that don't add up, and a lot of questions. So, things just don't make sense. But hopefully, I know I'm gonna find. I know that it's gonna be solved. I feel it in my gut that the people that are still alive, that are involved or were involved, are going to be paying for their crimes. Will I ever get the truth out of them? Possibly not. But I do know that the ones that I do know personally, I know that they will turn on each other, save their own asses. You know? You know what I need after all this? After it's all said and done? I need a vacation. After this is all said and done. Yes. Definitely need a vacation. Somewhere tropical. With a beach. Private beach. Me and Frankie. That'd be nice. Private beach. Me and Frankie just staff there to take care of us. That'd be nice. Cruise? I've never been on a cruise. I deserve a vacation after everything. Nice long vacation. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today. Me and my mods went on a cruise. Sure. Not yet. They could, the ranger told me today that they could have been taking a long weekend, or, sometimes places are closed on Mondays. He's gonna try and get hold of him again tomorrow. He's gonna try and get a hold of him again tomorrow. I would love to go on a trip with Frankie. I would love just to see Frankie. Spend time with him. You don't even have to go on a trip. Just come spend time with me in my house. Whatever. Let's go out for coffee. Or order in or whatever. Just hang out, have normal, talk like normal people. Get to know each other. See where things lead. Go with the flow. No pressure for anything. Just wishing and hoping. Da 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 da. I ate 6 of the special cookies, so. Right from the start, that won't get you into his heart. Yeah, but look. Have what's left in here. So I figure he'd come over, hang out, wouldn't have to go anywhere. We could order in, whatever. They're the ones that elevate you. He could come over, we'd hang out, have normal conversation, watch old movies, chill in our comfy clothes, and yes, I make them. They're homemade. I make all this, the whole shebang. Yeah, I make the butter. And I don't drain the butter. I just put it all in the dough. So, I am definitely an astronaut. I have yet to find someone that can hang with me. I used to do the 200 milligram gummies plus the broccoli plus the vaporizer, and just to, I have yet to find someone to hang. Who can hang with the big boys, the big dogs? You can hang with the big dog. Let's go. My daughter thought she could hang. She couldn't. I used to make her these, called it a diabetic coma pancakes. Chocolate chip pancakes with syrup, sprinkles, chocolate chips, whipped cream. Diabetic coma. So it would go, chocolate chip pancakes, then on top with chocolate chips, powdered sugar. I think I used chocolate chips, powdered sugar, the rainbow sprinkles, whipped cream, and syrup. I think it was chocolate syrup she used. And then a glass of chocolate milk. So yeah, diabetic coma. Which consisted of like 4 to 6 pancakes with all that on top. That would be the daughter that hates my guts and blames me for everything. Yeah. Yeah. The one that's been stalking me for 2 years on here and doing everything she's been doing and getting others involved. And yeah, I've been my daughter. But it's okay. I'm not letting her I'm not letting her get to me anymore. I'm done. I'm not gonna allow her to make me feel guilty for shit anymore. I was a good mom. I was a good mom. And tried making up for things that weren't even my fault. And she has relationships with people that actually hurt her. But me, she hates. And she gets great joy out of seeing me hurt and in pain or whatnot. She's even gone as far as to pretend to be Frankie. So, yeah, she did. Got all those other people involved earlier last year. And a lot of other people, and befriended people in the Z mob, and yeah. Yeah, I'm okay. Alright. You know, it sucks that I can't. I'll never be able to have a relationship with my daughter. But it is what it is. I wonder if I'll ever get to have a relationship with my other daughter, which I don't know. She's been lied to so much about me. She only wanted me to be a part of her life so she could use me and for everything she could get out of me and to destroy my life. In the past 2 years, she has been. And I knew it. That's the fucked up thing is I knew. I knew she had to have been behind. I knew. But I didn't want to believe, like, even after everything she did before, she emptied out my inhaler. My brand new inhaler before she went back to Indiana. She befriended people in the Z mob. Spread lies about me. I already ate 6. Yeah, 6. Should I eat more? Yeah, she emptied out my brand new inhaler. The day she left to go back to Indiana. I'm trying to figure out why. People wonder why I'm not Christian. Well, there's many reasons. Yeah, it's just another one of them. So when people say, don't use God's name in vain, you're going to need him one day. Bitch, I needed him when I was a child. Thank you, darling. I'm spiritual, obviously. Sky Daddy is not my thing. Because think about it. Now this is a warning. I'm just think about it. If God was real and all loving, all this, all that, right? Why do innocent children end up being hurt all the time? Why did I live the life I lived? How can an all-loving God allow horrible, horrific things like what I went through to happen to children? All-loving God told people back in the day, right? Put the lamb's blood above your door. And I'll skip over your house, but if it's not there, I'm going to take your firstborn child. I'm going to take your baby, whatever. An all-loving God, right? See, me, I'm not scared to go to hell. I've already survived it. My life, I've been in hell. I'm not scared of fucking hell, shit. Morning. Well, it's 10:31. A lot of people are scared of what happens after you pass, right? I'm not. Why would I be? Besides, who's to say that when you don't pass, you just don't go to another dimension? To another timeline? Maybe that's the whole Mandela effect. Maybe the whole Mandela effect is when we end up on a different timeline, it's because we passed away in our previous timeline. So in the timeline we end up in, things are not quite the same. Because as many times as I should have passed away, and I'm still alive, there's lots of things that have, like, I've had a lot of Mandela effects. Then there's the fact that shortly after I moved in here, things seem to change a bit. Like, the blind up there was broken on the left side, not the right side, and then now it shows the right side is, not the left. Same thing with out there. Same thing with the pocket I had on a pair of pants. My pair of my dress pants. The pocket was on the left side. It's now on the right side. Things don't feel real. For me, they don't. I don't know why, but things just don't feel real for me. They haven't for a long time. It's possible that we're in some sort of matrix. I think we're in some sort of matrix. If I had a dime for every time somebody asked me about me writing a book or telling me I need to write a book, whatever, yes, I would be rich. But yeah, I'm going to write one. Maybe not me, I might have a ghostwriter, but yeah. I mean, I'm happy when I talk about Frankie. When I think about him and that, I can't stop thinking about him, I don't know. But things just don't seem real. They don't feel real. Maybe it's because maybe the reason they don't feel real to me is because of what's going on. Because never in my wildest imagination did I ever think for 1 second that I would be one of those kids that got kidnapped and then find myself. It doesn't feel real. It's like I'm numb, but then again I stay pretty elevated morning to night. Maybe that's why I'm numb. I keep myself this way because I don't want to deal with it. Because I know that I'm going to start remembering more things that I don't want to remember. I know I'm going to have to remember them, but I'm not ready to. The shit I do remember is bad enough as it is. I don't want to remember anything else. But I ain't got a choice. Do I? Like, you don't know how bad I want to just set all those pictures on fucking fire. Yes, I do. But I can't. Just like, at some point, I have to stop doing so much gardening, and I'm going to have to remember. And I know I'm going to be okay. But I don't know if I'm ready. I'm not ready for it yet. At some point, I will be, but because I'm gonna have to be. But for right now, just gotta stay elevated for. Just keep staying elevated for a while. You know? Is that bad? It's better than remembering, I guess. So, hopefully I'll be getting the answers, the results soon. So you can imagine what I deal with, right? Hopefully, I talked to the ranger today, and he told me that they didn't get back to him. They could. It's Monday. It could be they took a long weekend. Sometimes businesses aren't open on Mondays. Who knows? But he's gonna call tomorrow and try and get some answers tomorrow. Hopefully soon. I know it'll be soon. It's just, you know. And I know my life is about to drastically change. And honestly, I think that's what scares me. I'm not scared of anybody, anything except my life, like this. finding out I'm probably somebody else, and then my family being complete strangers, and I don't know what to expect, I guess. I mean, if they've been, like, if it turns out I'm Tanya and they've been looking this long, that's a good sign, right? The question is, are they going to be patient with me when I need them to be? Are they going to, if I push them away, are they going to Julie, I'm sorry, I don't usually let people in the boxes because of what's happened over the course of this past year. Can you tell me what you want to talk to me about? I mean, I've had fake friends, fake supporters, just to, it's been a lot. So, and everybody that's been on my life for a certain amount of time knows why I don't have people in the boxes. I apologize, but it's just, you know. Someday. I don't even do duo lives. I don't do any of those. I don't because you know what I mean. I've had people go out of their way to show me I could trust them just to hurt me in the long run. So it's like, had someone who said she wanted to show me what it was like to have a loving mother and even wanted to adopt me, she said, and that I could come to her with anything for anything, whatever she insisted. And I always, and then she kind of stopped communicating with me, and then the last time we spoke, I tested her. I said, well, I was thinking about asking your help about something, but I don't know if I should. And she hung up on me and blocked me on everything. So, you know. So, people going out of their way just to show you they could trust you just to hurt you in the end. That's not my cup of tea, and I'm sure I will. Just give me time. At some point I'll be ready, but just because of everything. I've even had Illuminati members come in my box, okay? It's like, and I'm not even joking. So, Julie, what are you trying to say? Because I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Thank you, I appreciate that. I definitely don't. I definitely don't. I appreciate that, but it's hard for me to trust people. Matter of fact, I really don't trust anyone. I take that back. I trust one person and his family. You know. See, what I've been taught in life is I can't trust people. I learned that at a very early age. Obvious reasons. I'm in New York. I can't have pets here. But you know, if I move to Texas, I'll be able to have a dog. Or 2. Or 5. Or however many I want. Nope. Who do you think they sacrificed the children to? The god they sacrificed the children to looks like an owl. That's a dog, not owl. Okay. Well, let's see. These evil people sacrifice children to the god that looks like an owl, so, you know. John's favorite animal was an owl. I took care of people that weren't even like fucking sakes. I took care of them. I took care of the grandparents. I took care of Sue. I took care of a child for 2.5 years. Thinking he was my brother. Shit. I was just used for slave labor and everything. Hmm. I'm just. The things I could have done in life. Had these mother. Yeah, I've been eating off and on. Oh, shit. I got stuck right here. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm alright. It just got stuck right here. No. It's, roast I cooked like a steak. Yes, I'm sure I'm alright. It's just got caught like stuck. That's why I took a drink and I swallowed to try and get it to go down. It didn't go the way I'd hoped. But no, I'm alright. I didn't get sick. It was the liquid that wouldn't go down. I have gastroparesis. You know, I thought about something that could rule out whether or not could possibly rule out if I was Tanya or not. Was Tanya allergic to cats? Because I've been allergic to cats my entire life. Like, very allergic. It's a horrible feeling. Yeah, I have horrible cat allergies. I can't, like... I think just animals with fur is what I'm allergic to, but mostly cats. Like, it's bad. Did Tanya have problems with her ears? You know. No. I can't have cats. I love cats. I just cannot be around cats because I'm very allergic to cats. was going to do something now. I can't remember what the fuck I was going to do. But yeah, it would help to know if I did or if Tanya did or not. You should have cooked it longer. I'll cook it in the morning. So, I have so many questions. Like, I think my biggest question is why? Actually, that's a lot of whys I have. Like, why did this happen? Why wasn't it investigated properly? Why did it take them so long to call law enforcement? Why did the father fail half the lie detector test? Why now? And why, if these people didn't want me, why did they take me? They could have just said, oh my God, we found this little girl. We don't know who she belongs to. But no, they didn't do that. You asked if I took my medication? Yeah, I just did. Oh, might not be Heather. I might be someone named Tanya who was kidnapped over 41 years ago. I'm waiting for DNA test results. This is Tanya. This is the age progression of Tanya. Missing since June 7th, 1983. And this article was from 5 years ago.
Since 1983. Michelle Williams has been missing since 1983. She was just 1 year old when
For fuck's sake.
she disappeared. Tanya's family was visiting her paternal grandparents' house in Center. She reportedly went missing from the backyard of the house they were at. About 20 minutes passed before anyone realized she was missing. Investigators could find no evidence that Tanya wandered away from her grandparents' home. They believe she was abducted. If you have any information, please contact the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Sarah Mayer, EastTexasMatters.com.
So, yeah. Hello. So, like I said, I have a lot of questions, obviously. Why? They could have easily just given me back. They didn't. I remember the day I was taken. There was White House on this side of me. It was a man. He gave me a red or orange safety sucker. He was wearing a gray suit, black dress shoes, a gray hat with that dipped in the center, with a feather on the left side, or the right side. About being Tanya? That's the interesting part. Someone came in my life and said, "Oh my God, you're my long lost sister named Tanya. You were kidnapped," and that was right before Halloween. Turns out she's most likely related to the kidnappers. I don't remember the man's face. But when I woke up in the backseat of the vehicle, there was a woman in the front passenger side, because I remember the conversation. I heard the conversation. I remember what the back seat looked like. I remember a lot of things. Some things I don't. Like I said, eventually I will. Kind of not wanting to. Then again, I don't know if I was kidnapped or sold or what happened. I always had a memory of running up to a man. I had a memory of running through strawberries, running up to a man in a White House next to me, and being in the backseat of a car. And I've always had a memory of being with a family, stopping at a roadside motel in a station wagon like they had in National Lampoon's Vacation. No, I'm in New York. I finally asked the adopted mom about the memory of the strawberries and that, and she said it wasn't real. And it was shortly after that I started getting sick every time I ate again, and I thought my stimulator wasn't working. I finally realized she was poisoning me when I went on vacation over New Year's of 2022 to 2023. I went to West Palm Beach, Florida. And as soon as the very next day I was able to eat, I felt so much better. And then, I had a great time. And then when I went back home to Oklahoma, I started getting sick again. And excruciating pain and everything. And then I finally figured out what was going on, because I went out after she had made dinner. And she said, "Oh, you're coming out to get yours now?" I said, "Yeah." She made T-bone steaks. They were all cooked the same way, the same size. She goes, "That one there is yours. That one over there is..." Well, it was her son's. I said, "Okay." Not thinking anything of it. I had just quit smoking cigarettes. I thought my taste buds had been changing. I'm not fond of T-bones. I cut my meat up. I took a bite. It tasted bitter to me. I didn't think anything of it, so I just thought my taste buds were changing. So I gave it to my dog, and my dog was sick, diarrhea, and vomiting for over 24 hours. She was okay, but that's how I figured out that I was being poisoned or drugged. So I quit eating anything or drinking anything she would offer me. And she would get mad when I wouldn't accept what she would offer me. Her words to me would be like, well, you want to have a burger? I can make you a burger. Or you want something from McDonald's? No, I'm good. What about Bella? I can make her some. Bella being my dog at the time. No, we're good. Fine, fuck you. I'm just trying to be nice. Yeah. I'm allergic to cats. And just because I had a dog, or just because I'm allergic to dogs, does not mean I won't have a dog. Because I'm not very allergic to dogs. I've had guinea pigs. This was the adopted mother who I grew up believing was the aunt. This was, yes, 2022, 2023. I finally got out of that house for good and away from them for good in the end of January of 2023. And it was about a couple weeks after that that the cyber stalking and everything on here started happening. If I had to die for every time someone said that about me writing a book, I'd be rich. And yes, I'm going to write one. It's going to take some time. But, oh, you must be mistaken. The family I grew up with, if I'm Tanya, that's not my family. See, if I'm Tanya, I was stolen from my family. Or sold by a family member. I wasn't given up for adoption by my actual family if I'm Tanya. I didn't know until quite recently that I might be Tanya. The family knows. Law enforcement, Texas Rangers, they've all been in contact with the family, so yes, they know. We're all eagerly awaiting the DNA test results. And with me contacting that family or talking to, I've spoken with a cousin of a cousin, but me talking to that family right now, I don't want to do that because not till the DNA test comes back, obvious reasons, because there's been a couple of women before me were a few years that have thought they were Tanya and they weren't. And they would have contact and communication with that person, and then, you know, so yeah. So it's just, you know, the woman I believed that was my biological mother, I lived with her till 1989. The ranger is going to call tomorrow and see if they have the results. Because they didn't respond today back to him, so it means it could have been taking a long weekend, or they might have been closed on Mondays or something. So hopefully we'll know something very soon. I'm sure we will. But no matter what the test results come out, my life is never going to be the same. Thanks. Yeah. Something tells me that I don't know. I think my anxiety, the family's anxiety, law enforcement's, everybody's anxiety is pretty high now. Waiting. Yeah. So I think I'm going to get off here because I am tired and it is almost 2:30 in the morning. I will try and go on earlier than I did last night. Thank you. I try. So I'll be on sometime later. But I need to go to bed and get some sleep. We'll see you later. I know. Night, guys. I'll see y'all later.